quite liked it. A very climate friendly
Hmm.
menu. I don't think it's quite up on the blog yet, but it will be shortly. But I like the spirit of Wilson's entry. It's just a healthy recipe, good for the earth, good for us, etc.
Hmm.
But it's something, if you want to do it, if you're inspired some week, Nick, just let me know.
I will. I'll keep that in mind.
Exactly.
Give me
No
something
stress.
to
Yeah.
give me something to do.
We have Extinctionati with us from Greenland. That sounds suspiciously like going south, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know anybody else in Greenland, but maybe it's someone else. It's all good. Greenland is a critical piece of the puzzle because of those ice sheets up there, the
Yeah.
glaciers. I've heard them mentioned in the big four: the Greenland ice, Antarctic ice, the Amazon rainforest, and the Amok. And Julian is with us from Mexico City. Always a great voice with profound contributions for us. So that's it, Nick. You've been here. I posted it the other day. I mean, after Oliver and Sal, I think you've been in the third most of these spaces.
I tried to. I know I've been a little quiet. I've just been hanging in there. I'm
Well,
getting there.
like Robert Hoskin, you always have that motivation, like the drive, the
Well,
determination.
I'm here for my queen. I gotta show up.
Yep.
Well, do we have any Rita news? Anything
No,
new? No. Quiet.
she's been protesting. She was in Denmark and now she's in Sweden again. So yeah, she's been quiet.
I think it's very interesting, her instincts of what issues to pick, what to post, the way she goes about her business.
Yeah.
She's very, very good at it because I'm essentially in the same business. I have the same message, a climate activist. I'm trying to get the same results she's trying. I have this little small platform.
She's really amazing.
Amazing. Yeah. Oh, Barlow, who's so particular, Stephen, right? He's super particular. He has nothing but praise for her. And he criticizes everybody and everything. He thinks she just does, she's a natural or a big talent at what she does.
Oh, she's my everything.
Well, we live this life, we look around us, we like some things, we don't like others, and that's the way it goes. And if we're honest, if we're good people, it works out. It somehow,
Yeah.
the story becomes a good story. It becomes a positive. And I know you're a Zoomer and Wilson's a millennial. I'm a boomer. I'm the old guy now. But for you young guys, youth is youth, and you've got to make your way through it. It can be, you don't quite know what's going on. You haven't made up a complete worldview, and you're struggling through it. There are the upsets, there's the negatives, there are the tough times, and you've got to find a way through those tough times because there are good times too. That Carl Sagan said that we need all the generations together, unified, to solve the climate crisis. And I take that as dogma. I take that as dead serious truth. So I'm deliberately extra listening and considerate to you guys, that we need your input of your generations. If I could do it alone with my generation, I don't even like my generation. I would rather be Gen X. But if we could do it alone, I'd do it alone, but we can't do it alone. We got to have the young people.
No, we can't.
We can't. We'll fail if we try to do it alone. We've got to have the input from, people under 40. But then I was young once, and I didn't know what was going on. You young people need help from the elders. They need a little assistance, a little guidance from elders they can trust. It's the way of humanity. It always has been for 200,000 years. when I was young, there were a few old people I trusted that gave me a few pointers, a few tips.
You're one of them.
Thanks, Nick. I try.
No offense,
Yeah.
but hey, you said it yourself. You're old. You said
I'm
it.
old, man. I'm so old. It's ridiculous. Unbelievable. Yeah, I would like to be a good elder. It's kind of a goal of mine to be helpful to young people. I'm not a very good teacher because I get so impatient very quickly. But I'm a pretty good mentor, and I'd like to be a good elder. And in a way, this space now I see going south. The question is going south and Extinctionati the same person? I don't know how we can solve that problem. Nonetheless, we have a Greenland invasion. Greenland is owned by Denmark these days. It's the biggest island in the world, which is quite something. Very far north, with a big Inuit population. So if we were talking Greenland, there's many, many fascinating issues. I think the population of Greenland is 50,000, a lot smaller than Kentucky. You had a shooter on the loose the other day, Nick. Another shooter.
Oh, we've been having it's going to hell here very very fast.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the whole United States is like that right now.
Doesn't happen in Greenland. Did they ever catch that guy? He's still on the loose.
I don't know. I don't even. There's been like 3 different shootings in the like past month, and I don't even know which one you're talking about. There was one guy that like killed like 3 people, and like our schools have been like on lockdown nonstop. Like I get on Facebook, and they're like, "Why are the schools on lockdown again?" And I'm like, "What in the world is going on? Like what? What happened? What happened now?"
Well, I was thinking of the guy who was taking pot shots off the highway. Like he was just shooting people from the highway. And then he ran into the woods. He's an Army vet. I don't believe they caught him. That was the one I knew about. And he went into
When
the
was
store.
that?
London, was it London, Kentucky? Is that the right town?
I don't know what. I didn't even know this happened.
Exit 49 on I-75.
I swear to God, I think we actually passed that. Was it the Kentucky State Police that did that?
They certainly are involved. I don't know if they ever caught the guy.
I swear we probably. I am not joking. So that car show we went to.
Yeah.
I swear we probably just drove right past it because we were literally driving on the highway and there was like this cop and it just didn't look right. And then I saw a Kentucky State Police helicopter in the air and I've never seen that before. And they were like looking like it was around the woods. Like there was nowhere for anyone to be. I think we actually saw that. We drove right past it.
Right. They haven't caught him. He's still out in the woods wandering around. And he went that morning to the store and bought an AR-15 and 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Then he went out to the highway and got on a bridge and started shooting cars from the bridge.
Oh, it was on a bridge?
On a bridge over the highway. Yeah.
So he ran into the woods.
And then he ran the woods. Yeah.
Okay. No, I guess we didn't see that. Okay. So we saw something different. I don't know what in the world we saw then. Because they had like a police helicopter and it was in the middle of like the forest. Like we're driving on the highway and it's just in the middle of the forest. Like there's nowhere there's no town.
Right. Well,
I don't know what we saw.
They have a really wide dragnet for that guy. So that was probably part of the dragnet to keep him.
No, I think it was different because there were a few other cars stopped. So I don't think it was anything to do with that.
Right. Well, it's hard to say.
I think what we saw was something totally different.
Now, I don't know what that has to do with environmentalism, except for
I don't either.
Beautiful forest out there. This was before the Europeans came, right? There was woodlands all along the Atlantic coast for sure, and people living among the woodlands. I talked to two Native American elders this week on Wednesday and Thursday from the Cherokee and Sioux tribes. So my brain is just, they kind of did a number on me, the elders from those tribes. The one woman, Elder Nick, she said she didn't recognize the United States or the Constitution. So I didn't have any answer to that. I don't know. I told the lawyers.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Going South says we're streaming on X, Rumble, and YouTube. Thank you, Going South, for putting up some streams. So thank you. We appreciate it. And we'll try to get a link for the YouTube stream. I don't even know what Rumble is. It's right there. Two are watching right in front of me. Thank you, Going. And I like the picture, though I don't know what it has to do with environmentalism. Though everything has to do with environmentalism.
Yeah, I mean, like environmentalism is one of those things that's really ingrained in everybody, right? It's hard to get away from it's hard to get to a subject and get away from environmentalism when you usually, like, when you really look down at it. You know, with my blog post last night talking about food, like, of course, food is definitely linked to environmentalism. I didn't get to put in all the data that I wanted to, but I figured that a lot of it's pretty well known. Like, you know, how like 1/3 of, you know, if we eliminated food waste, we would eliminate at least like 1/3 of pollution.
Yeah, if we eliminated food waste, we almost wouldn't have it. We'd probably stop war. It's ridiculous. We'd probably solve most of the problems of this world if we
And then on top of that, we could feed like everyone. America could feed like the whole world. It's like insane.
It's insane. Correct, Nick. So that's always a point to keep repeating. And I don't know how many times I've said that in these spaces, this Climate Crisis Club on Saturday. I've said it repeatedly. So food waste is always an issue, is always terribly important. And it's ridiculous. I mean, my mother certainly was uptight about food waste. I think many parents, you know, tell you not to waste food. I've known people who live out of food in the trash. Yeah.
Even just thinking about it, it's like just going into a grocery store in America, like one grocery store could probably feed like the whole world. For God's sake. Like, if you actually think about it. You know how much food is in a grocery store?
Yeah, sure. We can get into macroeconomics, neoliberalism again. The 6 to 10 corporations that control 90% of the food of this world. There's an economic component. There's a government geopolitical component. We've gotten into those time and time again. And food is universal. If we're in Africa, Mexico, Poland, Greenland, China, wherever we are, we have to eat. There's no exceptions. There's, you know, nobody can say they don't have to eat. It's universal. It's a given. It's a fact. It's a good place to start.
Yeah, actually, funny enough, the closest person that I ever knew who could go without eating, right? What he was doing was he was turning all his food into powders, and he was just drinking powders every day. I mean, still technically that's eating. We can't go without eating. That's just a fact of life.
It is a fact, but it's also a common bond when we're talking way out of our tribe, way out of our community, our people. You know, when we're talking to people.
I'm gonna take off for a little bit. I'll be back.
Okay, Nick, you should give a shout out to Nancy there, who's also in Kentucky. We got
Hey, Nancy.
Yeah, 2 Kentuckians. Go ahead, Nick. Good to hear from you.
I'll be back.
Take care, Nick. Have a good one, man.
Good old Nick. He was with us in the first Climate Crisis Club meeting. I never remember how old he is, about 20. And he's got the spirit. He's determined to see the climate get better, to see the environment get better. And that's really all you can ask for. I don't know, Wilson. Yeah, what's up?
Well, I mean, like, I've honestly, I've been spending a lot of time thinking about like recycling lately, and it's mostly due to it's like, in the situation that we're in, right, where the environment is really needs help. I just don't understand why we don't have more like efficient recycling programs. Like here in Arizona, I don't think recycling's really that big. Although the state like offers it and offers containers for them to pick up every day, they don't really allow you to organize everything that could be theoretically recycled. We have a ton of trash going into our landfills. And as for me, like I really like when I have my recycling bin right next to my garbage bin, right? And I don't feel any guilt about that recycling bin getting full versus, my trash. When I look at everything that is in my trash that could theoretically be recycled, even stuff like here in Arizona, they're very adamant about you not putting your recyclables into a plastic bag. I mean, I don't fully understand why not, but it's one of those things where it's like, okay, if you put your recyclables in a plastic bag and then put it in the bin, we're going to charge you for it. I don't fully understand the logic behind it. Maybe I've heard that what they end up doing with those plastic bags is they end up not even opening them. I guess for like maybe a safety reason, but they end up just trashing anything that comes to them in a plastic bag, and that's a huge waste. When it's just a plastic bag full of recyclables, man, that's a huge waste to just go straight to the landfill. And for me, it's like I think that would have a huge impact on just the lifestyle in America. I think a lot of Americans like to recycle, but they just it's not always a feasible option. A lot of the times, if you want to recycle, you have to make sure that you bring your recyclables with you until you get to your house where you can do that. Right. And there's not like, nice trash cans. Oh, even talking about the trash cans in Subway, right? They have a trash can that has a hole for trash and a hole for recyclables, but they lead into the same bin. And the employee still has to like take that out. And of course they just trash that all. So it all goes to waste. And then to top it off here in Arizona, like the exchange rate for like aluminum is very poor. So it's not like people are going out of their way to pick up all the aluminum like they do in some of the other states and recycle that stuff. And for me, I think it's like a wasted effort. I feel like the recycling plan isn't really well thought out and it isn't really well funded very well. And because of that, recycling in America in general just suffers.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about recycling. We're in the wealthiest nation in the world. We have so much stuff. We shouldn't just throw it away. We should recycle stuff, reuse it for sure. But if you're in Kenya or Uganda, um, you're probably don't have so much stuff. You reuse it without thinking about it. Like probably in Uganda, recycling is what they naturally do anyhow. They're not just throwing stuff out, they're reusing it. I lived enough in a Greek village, that the boat came from the mainland once a week. They used everything and they reused it without thinking about it. It is this American wealth. We have so much stuff. Let's hear from Kip2, though Kip2 just got kicked out. Oh, here's Kip2. Let's hear from our friend Kip2 in Kenya. How's life in Kenya, Kiptu? How's it going? Hi, Kiptu, my friend. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well, Alex. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the mic. Hi,
Of
everyone. I hope
course,
you are
of
all
course.
doing
Hi.
great. I'm very fine. I'm doing very well. The situation here is good. I can say from the other time, like I missed the other space because I was in a community activity where we did the network coverage. But now I'm at my place. So thank you once again for doing such great, amazing work. And anytime you mention Africa or Uganda, where I'm coming from, we are bordering Uganda, and as we have been talking about recycling food waste or anything that is recyclable in Africa, it depends with the region where you are coming from, and also the status of your family. Let's say it in terms of wealth. Those people are maybe from poor families or from poor, I can say poor backgrounds. They tend to be the people who are much recycling their waste, food waste, because let's say if you have a meal in the evening and it remains, you'll have to use it in the morning as a what I can say as an escort of your breakfast. But when you go to large cities like maybe Kampala in Uganda, Nairobi in Kenya, you'll find people are living there. The most people, those people are, I can just say those people are really polluting our environment, and those people are not willing to recycle this recyclable waste. The rich, because anything that is recyclable here in Africa, and it's from maybe a rich family, at most it ends up not being recycled or thrown just away. But when it comes to these families that are struggling in meeting days to day end meet, they tend to recycle mostly their food waste. But we have situation whereby communities doesn't have that much knowledge when it comes to maybe this other recyclable that can be used maybe as humans or even other factors to feed their animals, so they'll tend to throw it away. But also in Africa, I've not been to many European countries. I've been to Lebanon and only Dubai, so I can't tell about the situation in maybe in Europe or America. But in Africa, we still have got many other. I can say if you throw out something like maybe a peel of a banana, by maybe tomorrow you won't find it there because we have ants, we have even like we still have a number of things that can take part in ensuring that it reuses those food waste, mostly food waste. But we still have big problem when it comes to like things like plastic and those other waste that need more improved system of recycling, because our technology as Africa is still that low. And recently we had a very dangerous situation in Uganda whereby waste collapsed, a mountain of waste collapsed and even killed people. We still have in Nairobi, Kenya, we have one of the biggest dumping site. And also our major problem is when it comes to recycling this kind of waste that needs some mechanism or technology to maybe turn it to another form. But in real sense, doing with food waste and agricultural waste, we tend to really recycle it, because we tend even to use to feed our animals. We also use it to maybe using it as fertilizer. But for those who are using it as fertilizer, those people who are advanced, like I can say like me, because I did agricultural economics, and I know on how I can decompose this waste and turn it to other factors that are much more important. But that's only happening within my periphery. And for those other families who are not having that knowledge, it's a big challenge. But I can say I thank God, because most of our families over here got maybe animals, let's say cows, let's say other animals like dogs, cats, the ones that Donald Trump say that is being eaten in a state over there, which I don't believe. Anyway, I'm sorry for that, but that's when we find like we have excess food after we finish eating, we share it with maybe, and also communal way of living here in Africa tends to be that high. So you can be having remains of food and your neighbor over there doesn't have it, you just share with that person. So food waste in my community and in major part of Africa tends not to be that big problem because of those factors that I've mentioned. So yeah, thank you for everyone who have joined the space, and I'm looking forward for a greater engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. I can't tell you how important it is for us in the United States or Europe or some such country to hear your voice, to understand that American, Canadian voices, European voices are not the only voices. It is so crucial for us in these countries to understand that and to listen and to be equals. I know that when we get into Pan-African philosophy, it's very, very complicated and sophisticated. And I think most people in the global north aren't going to understand any of it. But in the name of communication between friends, between fellow thinkers, between human beings, your voice, Kiptu, from Kenya, is very, very important for us to hear, to think about, to relate to. That's something we do in these spaces. We've met many, many very kind, intelligent African people in these spaces. And it's some part of these spaces I've enjoyed the most. I tell my story of 2016 when they elected that horrible person to our presidency, that I turned to reggae music. I could not play the rock music anymore. I was so angry. I turned to reggae music. I found Ugandan reggae radio on this platform. I chatted with those guys. They knew lots of good music. And here we are 7, 8 years later, and we have 20, 25 guys from Uganda, and women too, mind you, but 25 people from Uganda in the Climate Crisis Club who are pure environmentalists, totally with the program. So my funny little personal story, thanks to reggae music. Now, I don't know why I was a kid in 1970s in New York City, and I could get, reggae records. I don't know why in the world I liked reggae. I don't know why I played the reggae music, Burning Spear, Bob Marley. But that was my path. That's what happened to me and my little white family in New York City. I certainly had many Black American friends. In 1985, I lived with Eddie from Nigeria. I shared an apartment in New York City. Hey, I've got some echo going on.
Hey, Anthony, how's it going on? Welcome to the club.
Maybe you was not aware that he has unmuted his mic, but he's a great friend of mine. We have been together in one university, and we have been doing also amazing work when it comes to community empowerment. So maybe you can get time and be speaking.
Go ahead, Anthony.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Back
Hi.
here. Yeah, I'm Anthony Toritich. Teacher by profession, but love doing what you call community work. Ngolepus is a great ally of mine, and his job to the community is commendable. And I love what he's doing. Working for PADS for Education is a great, amazing job that he has impacted knowledge, capacity building, and even fostered what you call responsibility among the Kenyan youth and even the world at large. On this space, the Climate Crisis Club 94, I think it is a sophisticated space of whereby we have exchanging ideas from wherever the world, from Europe, America, and other continents. Here in Kenya, we see that climate change is becoming a menace. It is becoming something of the future and the present, whereby it needs minds, ideologies in order to counter it up. Yesterday, back at my station, I constituted a group of 100 students whereby we had to capacitate them in doing what we call a money peace club, of whereby we want students to see a coherence of individualism, brotherhood, and even that sense of responsibility that their lives matter. With that, we are now incorporating what we call climate change activism, whereby we will set out a garden, of whereby we will call it a Peace Corner garden, whereby we are going to make 1,000 seedlings of different species of trees, and therefore we will now be distributing amongst the schools that are within and fostering their responsibility to guard the trees, and even empowering them to be peace ambassadors along the volatile areas, since my school is designated along the borders whereby we have warring communities that have what we call tribal clashes. With these, I know Peace Club will forge ahead and make sure that it attains its objective, its goal, since it is supported by the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. This is now the body that is strengthening the peace building in our own country. I'm privileged and I'm honored to have spoken to this noble space, and I think that in the near future, the climate crisis that is affecting Africa should be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anthony. I don't know how noble we truly are here, but we see the continent of Africa as the center of the ecological world. Time and time again in our meetings, we start discussing the continent of Africa, the Congo River, the Niger River, the Nile River, Mount Kilimanjaro, the Rwenzori Mountains, the Indian Sea, the Atlantic, the Red Sea, the Mediterranean. Time and time again, we start talking about the land of Africa, the Sud, the Sahara. There's so much going on. It seems to be the center of the ecological world for the ecologists. I'm in the United States. I'm on the Atlantic Ocean here in the north, near Canada. My people have been here for 400 years, and we hold this meeting every Saturday. I don't know why we hold it. It's just what we do. We want to see improvements in global climate. There is a climate crisis due to the burning of fossil fuels. There are environmental crises all over the planet. In everybody's backyard, in everybody's home, there's some kind of environmental crisis. So we come here on Saturdays and we discuss this. I just got a message from Dr. Maung Zarni of Myanmar. And Dr. Zarni is a genocide scholar who is one of my good friends, a very good man. he is up for the Nobel Peace Prize. So we hope he can win that prize. I'm not sure why anybody would want to be a genocide scholar. That's going to be on me. Sarni sends me post-World War II world order disproportionately shaped by USA is collapsing thanks to its multiple and repeat breaches of international law. Israel was what finally broke it. That's the comment from Dr. Zarni. So the USA has 25% of the world's GDP, that is goods and services, a very, very powerful nation, spending $880 billion a year on its military. So yes, Dr. Zarni sent a message. We have two of our friends from Kenya up here as speakers. We have Wilson, who was born on the beautiful island of Hawaii out in the middle of the Pacific, and we will discuss it all. We can discuss wealth, we can discuss power, we can discuss nobility. What is the noble instinct? How do we know somebody has a noble instinct? How do you guys know I'm not here just to hustle you blind? I'd probably be pretty good at it if I tried at hustling you blind, but how do you guys know how to trust someone here? I trust these guys right here. I trust all of you for that matter. I see our pal Superboy is here. He is in the Dominican Republic, the beautiful, beautiful island in the Caribbean. I see the mighty Pup Tentacle, our Reverend Pup, who is in the legendary state of Minnesota. He has purchased an electric vehicle and gives us reports on what it's like to drive an electric car. So there's a whole world to discuss. There's an entire lifetime to discuss. There's friendships to discuss. There's the internet, social media, and these spaces to discuss. And there is a climate crisis club to discuss. Oliver, Kim, Nick, a couple others, we started this club November of 2022 at the advice of Doc Valerie, the neuroscientist who eventually got kicked off of Twitter. She told us to get a space. We got a space. 94 meetings later, here we are. And I am rambling along, talking away, as I do as host. So I will keep talking until interrupted, until someone has a point. We were discussing recycling. If we are humans, we use tools to make tools. We have stuff, we use stuff. Why can't we recycle it all, Oliver? Why can't we reuse those blocks of stone?
What happened?
Yeah. We were discussing recycling, and what else were we discussing? The mighty nation of Kenya and food waste.
Well, funny enough, I was under the impression that the reason why recycling wasn't like this huge industry was I guess it takes up too much energy. For me, I don't understand it. I feel like for as long as we've had recycling around, right, it doesn't seem like it's advancing in technology as fast as other areas.
We know that plastic recycling is at 9% globally. The reason it's not advancing so quickly is they can't figure out how to make a profit off it and enrich the ultra wealthy. If they could figure out how to make a profit off of recycling and make the ultra wealthy much richer, they would do it in a heartbeat. We'd see it all over the place. That 9% would skyrocket to 80%. but they can't figure out how to make a profit off it. So we're at 9%. Meanwhile, they burn 12% of the world's plastic, which doesn't do our atmosphere any good. In 1850, you could burn and throw stuff in the river as much as you wanted, and nature would take care of that material. But no longer. We have saturated the atmosphere, the land, and the rivers with our industrial waste. So I don't know. It does seem as if recycling is an answer, but it's not happening very quickly. And recycling goes beyond recycling plastic. Recycling all the materials we use seems pretty obvious, as Wilson is pointing out. I'd like to welcome Kim up to the stage here from the mighty nation of Canada. Canada does have 9% of the world's forests. I don't know what in the world goes on in the Canadian Arctic, but I've never been to Canada myself. I've seen Canada. I've been on the other side of a little river in Maine looking at Canada. But the Canadian Arctic must just be an unbelievably powerful stretch of coastline. I can't even imagine what goes on in the Canadian Arctic. Kim, good morning. Do you have a few words for us? What's going on?
Hi, good morning, Alex. Good morning, Climate Crisis Club. Yeah, I mean, well, just as an aside, it's funny because we think of sea to shining sea, but, you know, Canada really only has one border, and that's with America. And then we've got, you know, the Arctic Ocean up there, way up north. So never been there. I don't know if I'll ever make it up there, but I think it probably is a pretty amazing place. I just wanted to comment on what you were saying about plastics and how we don't recycle enough of it, only 9% worldwide. I know that the UN is working on a plastics treaty, and I think they're having their final meeting in November, and they're working towards creating standards for plastic production, among other things. And what these standards will do, they will make it cheaper for plastic producers to recycle plastic, which will lower the cost of recycling it, which will make it cheaper than virgin plastic. So hopefully we will, like you were saying, see much more plastic recycling instead of just throwing it away or burning it or contributing to plastics everywhere, including our bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. I did find a good book on plastics, and in the United States during World War II, they turned to huge production of plastic for the war effort. And what they actually did with the plastics they made in World War II was replace the glass and metal items that were all off in the war effort. They replaced domestically at home, they replaced those items with plastic. And after World War II was over in the United States, the demand for plastic dropped 75%. So the business executives got together and tried to figure out what in the world they could do with this massive surplus of plastic. And they figured out ways to sell plastic to the American consumer in the 1950s. And there is a very good book about it that I will have to go back and find sometime. But all this plastic in modern American and global North life, with toys or tools or computers or all of it, comes from that post-World War II supply, getting us used to the idea of plastic in our daily life. We're finding with those PFASs how toxic they are to our bodies. The doctors, Dr. Jane can give us a report on how much plastic is in our bloodstream, in our cells, in our bodies. It's not healthy at all. We then find the plastic corporations unwilling to do the research and figure out how bad is this plastic. They won't spend money on that research because it doesn't make them money. They will only spend money on things that makes them more money. So again, we get back to macroeconomic loops. I don't know if our current economic systems can save us from the climate crisis and the environmental poly crisis. I don't think it can personally. I'm not an economist. I might be wrong. And I'd like to hear a few comments from our friend Kiptu. Hi, Kiptu, what do you have? Hi.
Yeah, I wanted to contribute a little bit on plastic. Like in Kenya, we are having a policy whereby you cannot package or carry anything using plastic bag. But you will find big corporations, those manufacturers that are producing bread, cake, and those big companies that are being owned by I can say by millionaires and the cartels. They will keep on they twisted that policy and made it like a little bit not that difficult on their side, and the government give them a waiver or a period of time whereby they can keep on producing their produce and still packing them on those plastic bag and even distributing it to the community. The policy really worked. It was passed by our environmental department called NEMA, and if you could just sit down and analyze those people who are majorly affected by the policy are these small traders who are now like selling things like vegetables. They used to pack them on those plastic bags and sell them to the consumers. And they even install a very huge fine amount of money if you will be end up being found that you are using this kind of plastic bag to package your product. So it really made business at lower level very difficult for maybe I can say we call them kiosk or small shop vendors. And for those big producers, they're still enjoying that. They are still packing their produce on those plastic bags. And also it's a form of government also to raise taxes to their citizen. Like we had this conversation like the other time on this club that you see government will introduce certain amount of taxes on plastic papers and just let it be available on public. So if you pay certain amount of eco-friendly fee, then you can be able to maybe use those paper bags or plastic bags to package your things. So for a common person, for a person who's coming from a very low end, will end up paying a lot, suffering a lot, missing to meet their ends meet because you struggle to find even that amount of money that you are going to buy food, and yet you are taxed on if you are going to buy that food and pack it on that plastic bag. So to me, I usually feel like even right now, we usually find those plastic bags being distributed up to this lower level. Now people are becoming corrupt. There are companies that are producing those plastic bags that were banned, and you'll find this plastic bag being sold to these small scale business people at a higher price than before. This has promoted now corruption and exploitation. So sometimes I usually feel like government itself is pretending to be like addressing issues to do with plastic bag. I'm talking about Kenyan government, but at the end they are using that land to exploit its population, to exploit the people, and also promote other things like corruption, which we are now witnessing. If you are being caught with a plastic bag, you are supposed to pay like a fine of 40,000 Kenyan shillings. And if you can bribe that person with maybe half amount of that money, then you won't go to jail. So it's creating some imbalances. So I don't know how you're gonna explain that to me, maybe, or even if someone got a way to tell me how that can be addressed, or even that was my point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kiptu. It is the imbalance. The imbalances, I just don't know. We will keep talking about it and get to it. I'd like to welcome our friend David back to the stage here. I see it says he is a NASA award-winning entrepreneur. But David, what I'd like to ask you about is I see Gregory Benford right next to you in the description. That Gregory is a world famous, awesome sci-fi writer. That's what I'm interested in. How are you, David? Hi.
Yeah, then we get my mic unmuted here. Good morning, everybody, or
Good
good day.
morning. What's
What
up, man? How you doing?
Good, good, good. Hey, I want to give a thought before we talk about Greg, because that is, a multi-year discussion. But I've known Greg over 30 years. We're close personal friends. And but let me focus. I'd like to share a big picture thought, because people like Greg and I and Larry Niven and Jerry Purnell had a lot of discussions about long-term concepts related to recycling and how you store nuclear waste for 10,000 years without a future civilization stumbling into it and so on. And I had an interesting suggestion on that one. But here's a thought I want to have about recycling, which is up until the Industrial Revolution, things didn't change much. In other words, the chariot you had at 100 AD was pretty much the same as the chariot you had at 200 AD. So things were built to last. In other words, things were built with the concept that a tool might be handed down from father to son, and things were meant to last a long time. And if you've read any of Niven's science fiction, his stuff, like the book, his story, Safe at Any Speed, which was to counter the unsafe at any speed, of dangerous cars long ago from Nader. And it was a humorous thing about how his car survived being swallowed by an alien creature. He lived for months in the car until finally the creature rotted away. And the bottom line is the car could do anything and pretty much had permanent life support. The bottom line is this: we are in a adolescent stage in our civilization right now, where we sort of know how to do things, and therefore things are changing constantly, which creates demand for new things all the time. And we see capitalism reduced to its most short-term consumer, gotta have it now, as exampled by people who have to have the latest Apple phone every year. And what happens is this creates things designed with obsolescence built in, when we don't yet have the clean energy sources to recycle properly, because recycling requires knowledge and energy, and we barely know how to recycle plastics. We're not using biotechnology to engineer bio and nano devices or cells that can convert anything to anything. In other words, we're right at the stage where we're the small kid with matches, where we can light a fire, but we don't know how to really control it. We are in the mass production stage where we can take almost an endless amount of resources, turn it into something else, harmful or harmless, good or bad, but we're not at the forbidden planet level of creation by mere thought, but with no controls. So we're in this interesting stage right now where we are polluting ourselves with microplastics. We're using the air as the tragedy of the commons, storing all our carbon in it. And of course, that's why I'm so passionate on our project, using capitalism creatively to remove carbon and put it in the deep ocean. But that's another topic. But on recycling, the idea is we're in this transition stage where if we aren't careful, we're not just destroying ourselves. I mean, we're destroying massive amounts of species. And we're going through an extinction cycle right now, human created. And if we are going to have noble purpose, what we have to recognize is when you buy something, it's recycle, reuse. Well, one of the best things is to keep using it for what it was intended for as long as possible. And when you choose to buy something, don't buy the least cost thing on credit cards, but save up your money and buy something that's going to last 50 or 100 years. I have my wireless radio from 1920. I have a clock from, even earlier, and it still works. They both still work. It's fun finding tubes for that thing. And the point I'm getting at is that we choose whether we have things that are durable or we choose whether we reuse in a different thing, or we choose whether we recycle. The more we manipulate the matter, the more energy and knowledge we're going to need to do it effectively. So the big picture is we want to steer people's noble purpose towards thinking about the true cost of things. What is the cost to the planet? What is the cost in energy? What is the cost in health? And have people make buying decisions based upon long-term thinking. And what I call long-term capitalism is freedom to do the right thing. Short-term capitalism is freedom to do God knows what, to who knows what, how knows what. And that's why it makes the case for a lot of people to have socialism, because socialism is based on the concept of social responsibility. The problem with socialism is you have to elect someone to decide it. So that's a natural dictator attractor. And we've certainly seen that when great leaders come along proposing with great solutions, even if it sounds good. You know, Atkins disease gets involved, and even people who didn't start out as dictators become them. So hence, I am a natural capitalist, but I'm thinking long term. And I think the most important thing we can do right now as individuals is choose to buy wisely, because then that creates the economic incentive. In other words, there's the right to repair is a first attempt on making electronics less wasteful. The companies in Europe, they're making smartphones that are made out of modular pieces, you know, electronics Legos, basically. We're getting to the point where we should be able to, in the next 50 years, intelligently design and build things that last and make them modular enough to minimize the recycling problems. And I think as we learn to use genetic engineering, we should be able to eventually engineer bacteria that will help get rid of the huge plastic pools in the Pacific and so on. So I'm optimistic in the long term, but we really have to survive the short term. So that's my comment, is I think recycling is part of the concept of calm, long-term, wise capitalism, which means at every individual, choose wisely what you buy, what you use, how you use it, and think long-term in your purchases. Plastic bags are the exact opposite of wise long-term capitalism. Getting yourself a nice sturdy sack. You know, when we travel all over Europe, you know, we carry stuff with us and we buy what we need, and, you know, you leave things as you found them wherever possible. So I think it's within each person to do it. And I see some evidence of a global awareness of this, usually coming first from the nations that are suffering the most. That's part of the reason why we focused our environmental efforts to where it works globally with any level of technology to get carbon out of the air by using agriculture and deep sea sequestration. Now, regarding Greg, what's your question? You have a question about Greg, I'll be glad to answer it.
Oh, absolutely, man. I'm listening to you. I'm taking notes. You know, I'm organizing this meeting. I got a lot going on, but I have been a science fiction junkie since I read Dune in 1975. I'm thinking of my social media career, you know, whatever, 15 years or something on social media. My single most exciting moment was chatting with Samuel Delaney. I went to Stuyvesant High School. He went to Bronx Science, their rival high schools. And I did a bit of chatting with Samuel Delaney, the sci-fi writer. He went through my timeline. We talked about life. And that was a big thrill to me. I read Dahlgren and whatever his big book is. I read them in the 70s, big influences on my life. I've got to look up your pal Gregory, remember what he wrote. I finished Alien Clay last night by, I think, the English science fiction writer. I really, really liked it. You are, in the environmentalism we see as a philosophy. It's classified as philosophy. And we would put you, David, more on the techno-optimistic side of things. You don't sound like a doomer, anarcho-primitivist to me. Our Climate Crisis Club, we're looking for all solutions. Everything's acceptable. All of it is on the table. When I find Gregory's books, I'll remember what I read. but
Well,
I'm going, yeah,
Area, or did you ever see the movie Timescape, which
I'm
he wrote?
sure I saw Timescape, yeah.
Yeah.
Again, I've got a billion things going on here at once, so I'm going through my notes of what you were talking about.
Well, he wrote After the Fallen Night, which was an extension of, Diaspar and Against the Fallen Night, which is what led me being a pen pal with Arthur Clarke. But Greg,
Awesome. Well, let's stop you right there because I mean, how big is Arthur Clarke? Sri Lanka, gay rights, 2001, the Sentinel, voyages to Rama, you name it, inventing the satellite in 1945.
that's
I mean,
right. Radio
he
Relay
is,
Space.
he's my favorite science fiction writer, just straight up.
Yeah. He called them radio relays in space. And yeah, he's the father of the communication satellite. That's why Geosync is often called Clarke Orbit, because he was the one that identified the Geosync orbit as useful. Back when people.
Yeah, they
Hey, Bob.
they unofficially classify geosync orbits as Clarke orbits. By the
That's
way,
what I just said. That's what I just said. A total agreement with you. Yep. Yeah. By the way, one thing to be aware of about Greg, though, this is tragic, but he had almost 2 years ago a very massive stroke. And unfortunately, the people that were around him have kind of controlled access to him. And my friend and business associate of 35 years is unfortunately in a less than ideal situation with, unfortunately, the stroke was massive and extremely debilitating. And Greg has an identical twin brother, Jim, and Jim and I are also very close. And Jim and I are doing what we can to try to extricate Greg from a very unfortunate situation. I'm not going to go any further than that.
I hear you, man. I hear you. What I'm saying is your pal Gregory here is an astrophysicist. When I was 15, that's exactly what I wanted to be. I was a math prodigy as a kid. I was a wizard in math, and I wanted to be an astrophysicist. So I love astrophysics. That's like
awesome.
What I want to do with my life.
Have you read any of Purnell and Niven's works?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, in the 70s, sure.
Because I worked with Purnell on the Space Council. I was, basically their major pun generator and promoter of telepresence. That's the key. That's the next step for the internet, by the way, is telepresence. Almost all the enabling technologies, which that leads to practical teleportation and practical immortality when you can remotely operate an Android agent. That's what I wrote about in the 90s, and it's going to come true now in the next 5-10 years.
Yeah. Again, we are a crisis club here. We consider the environmental global situation to be in crisis. One of our debates is whether we need a wartime footing or whether, like World War II with rationing and conscription, or whether we can solve these crises democratically going forward. That's one of our discussions.
Yeah, my personal opinion is it can be solved democratically, economically, but it has to be done with the right incentive points and with bottom up, because we've tried to work with the governments for the last 3.5 years on our project. We've been all over the world. We've tried to work with large businesses, and it's going to come from the bottom up, because unfortunately there are various what I would call economic cartels, and I'm not talking criminal cartels, I'm just talking economic cartels, where basically the government gets to manipulate it to put environmental funds into things that put into companies that their buddies invested in, and then you have a circle, and I'm not going to name names right now.
Sure.
But
Again, one of the basics of a modern environmental philosophy is the spectrum of people from techno-optimists to anarcho-primitivists. The anarcho-primitivists on the other end see no hope, no chance that we will survive the coming environmental apocalypse. We should get ready. Civilization's going to collapse. Derek Jensen saying the deep green resistance are an example of this. That's the other end of the philosophical spectrum from the techno-optimists. In the Climate Crisis Club, we advocate for a dead center path, right, with all options on the table.
Well, here's my thought. Capitalism on an individual basis, non-corporate, non-government, but true, basic, free capitalism, buying and selling between people can change this. And Greg had a solution that he came up with in 2001. He worked with Metzger on it and Strand, and I've spent a lot of time with Strand. And the bottom line is I became convinced, almost 4 years ago, this could work. I've dedicated my life to it now. A space scientist working on, soil and ocean with ocean chemists and soil chemists and things. And I'm totally committed, as is our team of 16 people. And we're like evangelists going forth without cloak or purse. We're doing this without any money. And we're making it happen. And we've made amazing progress in the last 3 years. But we see a way of reversing the climate situation. And in the long term, I mean, Greg, I have a little voicemail that he sent me a couple of years ago, a month before his stroke, and I told him, we can't tell the world we can reverse things until we've proven we can make a change. But the simple fact of the matter is, one of our research students at Scripps has gone through history and has found where the Earth has actually brought its CO2 levels down naturally using the natural carbon recycling approach. So we're very close in the next few months of making a few announcements and doing a few things, because we do see a way over 100 years to bring the CO2 levels back down to where they were 100 years ago using natural processes.
Yeah.
And it just requires people doing things a little bit differently globally with agriculture. So
I would have to say, David, our guy, do you know who our guy is here? Right.
Yeah.
Our guy is Dr. Michael Mann, right? He's our guy who we talked to, the climate scientist.
Mhm.
And we also, we take, if it's Rockstorm or whatever his name, the German climate scientist, Gavin Schmidt, Dr. Hayo, Hausfather, all those guys, Dr. Kalmus, we take all their work deadly serious, the climate science. And no one, then they all model what's going to happen in the future, right? They run computer programs, if the temperature goes this way, if the pressure goes that way, they run their models and their predictions with all the variables of what's going to happen in the future. Fine, I say, let them run their models. But we are looking for solutions for those 8.2 billion people on this planet, 195 nations involving everybody. We have 9 million people a year starving to death. We've got 7 million people a year dying of cigarettes. I don't know how many die of air pollution. That last year, the human race made more CO2 burning fossil fuels than any other year. So far we don't have results.
That's right.
Yes, we need to see that CO2 output go down.
That's right.
To plateau and go down.
That's right. And by the way, I'm talking only people. I'm talking, people who are in the Stop the Burn campaign, Sierra Club. I work with David Castleman, who founded EcoFlix, this guy saves elephants and does amazing things all over the world. It's kind of interesting. We got business developers and environmentalists. And I mean, when you talk about people, some of the people on our team, they don't even, they care about humans, but their point is that humans are animals too. And the animals are taking a huge beating everywhere. We're going extinct. We're having, massive, die-offs of herds. In other words, basically this is about every living thing on the planet, not just humans. And it's got to change. And
I see personally now we have our own team, David, right? There are 125 people in the Climate Crisis Club, including Pup, Kim, Oliver, Jim, etc. Right? Julian, Effie, Skykiss, Judith, Paul, Lee, Garley there. We have 125 people in the Climate Crisis Club from all over the world in all different professions and way of thinking. Michael Mann himself was a former member. Many other people are in our club. We're global from 27 nations on 6 continents. And we're totally open-minded to any kind of possibilities, answers, ideas, solutions.
I think climate
Hey,
Never
Alex.
give up, surrender.
Pop,
Never
let's hear from Pop. Hi, Pop. What's up?
Yeah, well, before Dave leaves, I want to hear his thoughts or concepts on how to store nuclear waste long term, and I might have a modifier for him. But I'd really like to hear about that. I'm sorry, Jim, about jumping in front of you, man. But I wanted to catch him before he, bags it. Anyway, I'll shut up and listen.
Hey,
Thanks,
listen,
Pop.
I apologize if I've accidentally overtalked anyone. You know, with these modern systems, there's a bit of a lag, and I apologize to our host because I think I've interrupted you twice, and I'm sorry about that.
That's okay, man. I'm from New York City and I'm half Greek. Greeks interrupt each other all the time. New Yorkers interrupt each other all the time. I don't care. No problem.
Well,
And
it's
if I
very
did care, if I did care, I'd let you know.
okay. Here's my thoughts on nuclear waste. Greg Binford wrote a lot of things on this and did some work for some of the agencies because he actually, I mean, this is now not classified. I mean, he mentored with Edward Teller and his work at the national labs. Greg designed tactical nukes for a while, and his intent is that they never be used, but to make damn sure that Russia knew that if they did anything, we'd do it to them much worse, because the balance of terror was necessary, because the Russians leadership didn't care much about people's lives. Unfortunately, it doesn't now. Whereas in a democracy, you're supposed to care about individual people's lives. So Greg, actually had, you might say, firsthand awareness of the amount of atomic material that's accumulating. And, while the Russians were losing subs in the South Pole, with plutonium floating around, he was deeply concerned about the long term. And so when there were groups that worked on this, one of the thoughts that they had was things like putting a essentially temple-like structure out in the desert that with all kinds of signatures and warnings, burying the stuff a mile deep as you could go, and basically having warning signs up to and including, modules of adrenaline in the ground and stuff like that. So if people started to dig, you would smell the fear hormones and trigger a natural, I want to get out of here thing. I mean, they were thinking about every level of warnings. And at one point I asked him, I said, have you ever considered the idea of doing all that and not planting anything under there? And then about 20 miles the other way, completely incognito, burying the stuff a mile. So you attract everybody in a future generation of species, or, basically, another resurrection of the human species, attract them to all this cool stuff and have all this fear and warning and nothing there, but you hide the stuff 10 miles away. Or it's basically you fake them out. And he said he'd never thought of that. And I said, well, that's the devious side of me, is you focus everybody on this weird thing, make it look scary, horrible, and get all their attention on it and hide it, 10, 50, 100 miles somewhere else, completely innocent. So those were the kinds of debates we had, of marking it and then having a false marker and things like that. So my contribution to the whole scheme was fake people out, have this big, huge marking and have nothing there. And after spending 50 years excavating it, they're scary and nothing happens. And then basically they lose interest in the whole thing. That was my contribution. His was elaborate warnings and disincentives to dig here. And mine was just do all that and then hide it somewhere else. So, that's hide and seek something. So that's it in a nutshell.
Very cool. I don't know if Jim Ronald was first. I guess Jim was first. So what's up, Jim? Jim has a PhD in physics. Hi, Jim.
Hi. I just wanted to quickly back up to some of the discussion of plastics around the world, and I believe it was mentioned that the fact that commercially produced bread comes wrapped in plastic. But anyway, my thoughts go back to the fact that communities around in various parts of the world have, at a community level, baked bread for the people in the community, and for millennia, bread has been baked and not wrapped in plastic. And you know, if somebody in Paris goes to their local bakery and gets a baguette, you know, does it come wrapped in plastic? But so I think there's opportunity to work to go back to some simpler times. You know, small is beautiful, and you know, we know from the archaeological digs of Pompeii that were kind of frozen in time by all the you know, volcanic ash that landed. All around Pompeii were bakeries, and they have uncovered the loaves of bread baking in the ovens all over the city. And that's one example from a few thousand years ago. But the same for the third world. And you know, I'm kind of amazed, you know, having experienced it at a very small scale. Yeah, I have sacks of wheat grains, and I come and with nothing but water, a pinch of salt, and microbes harvested from the air, I bake bread, which is presumably quite similar to what was being baked millennia ago by people in the Middle East. So I think it's great. So, you know, can't we return to these simpler times? Thank you.
Thanks there, Jim. Community bread is an answer. And food sharing, food gathering, all major league issues. I don't know, Pup or Oliver, who wants to go here? No clue.
Have Pup on, because he was talking about the nukes.
Up in the nukes.
He's up in the nukes. I think we should hear more nukes.
Yeah. So Dave, I'm kind of a recycling, not wasting kind of guy too. I like to buy, own things that I can repair and things that are going to last and that I could pass off to my kids and grandkids. Keeping that in mind, so a lot of the nuclear waste, the true waste, not the U-235 or U-238 that are in fuel pellets, for instance, that they have to replace because the zirconium tubes are swelling and cracking, and they replace it. But the true waste in that, you know, what we in the nuclear world would call nuclear poisons, are heavy beta emitters. And there's a company in China, as a matter of fact, by name Betavolt, that are making batteries. They call them batteries. They really aren't. They're generators. But what they are, basically, to use really simple terms, is they are a solar cell that has a radioisotope of tin, paper thin, that they then shield, and it has a 50-year usable lifespan, because tin 59 has a half-life of 100 years. What I would propose to store nuclear waste, the true waste, is to recycle the U-235 and U-238 that are in the fuel pellets, extract out all those heavy beta emitters, and then turn them into, for lack of better words, a beta electrical generation in a cellular base. Matter of fact, to be blunt, I'm working on a nuclear battery that I can use as a range extender on this electric vehicle that I'm blowing down the highway in.
There you go. A couple comments when you're ready.
Oh, shoot, man. Shoot.
Yeah, well, first of all, I love what you're saying. I also, we are using electric vehicles with the intention that it's the last car we buy, you know, not as opposed to getting a new electric vehicle every 2 years, which would defeat the purpose. So I'm long-term, you know, electric, you know, approach, because it can work in the long term if you keep it long enough. But listen, regarding batteries, once you start getting into, let's call it nuclear batteries, you're getting into, touching, classified military technology and, classified patents and all that fun stuff. So I'd like to suggest 3 comments. Number one, innovation of this kind is wonderful. Second of all, it's going to be really ideal, those kinds of batteries, when you're doing interplanetary probes. And we're very on the diaspora edge within the next 10 to 20 years. We have nanobots and nanosatellites. Right now, launch costs are going way, way down rapidly. Starship and others will, be a quantum change or another, paradigm shift. But the bottom line is, those kinds of batteries are ideal for microprobes because then you can accelerate them, using solar cells and all kinds of things and plasma drives and so on, to where you can approach a fraction of the speed of light, so we can really start sending probes out to, the smaller the probe, the better, because of the mass benefits. And the idea is, I see thousands of miniature probes off to Alpha Centauri and others in the next 10 or 20 years, where suddenly, instead of nano satellites, the planet will be sending out nano probes. And those kinds of batteries work great for that. And then for the really nasty stuff, Greg and others have pointed out, when you really want to get rid of nuclear waste for a long period of time, as transportation becomes cheaper, as we learn to use ocean currents for sailing and wind for sailing again, you just drop the nuclear waste at subduction zones, and then it's gone for 60 million years. Everybody knows at this point where the subduction zones are. You just drop it in the deep ocean at the subduction zone, it disappears below the surface, goes deep into the mantle where it originally came from. Deep. So your best garbage disposal for nuclear stuff is subduction zones. And the other thing is using efficient, but like you suggested, and send it out on interplanetary probes.
Hey, David, I hate to interrupt you, but do you mind holding on for a minute? Pup, is your speaker still open? All right. Okay, sorry about that, David. You can continue now.
Well, I think I pretty much wrapped it up. The idea is nasty nuclear stuff, just drop it in subduction zones, and really cool nuclear batteries and stuff, use that to power probes that are going to go way out to other star systems, because you're going to need energy sources that last 100 years, and you're going to want to accelerate it to a fraction of the speed of light. So in its own relativistic time, it gets there, before the battery runs out, and sends some signals back to Earth. By which time we'll have, large arrays outside, the further out than Mars, that can pick up the signals from these miniature probes. And you can even do essentially mesh wireless communications, where you have probes, they get, each one is a parsec apart or whatever, and relays the signal. We already have mesh wireless technology. It works beautifully on an interstellar scope too.
Yeah, there's no doubt at all about the techno-optimism, about the long-term prospects. There's a big world out here, a lot of minds, there are current social ills, there are current problems. Mass shootings in America or wars in the Middle East. So there's the social ills, our social reality. It's a wide spectrum, and I'll leave it to Oliver to tell you all about it.
Well, you're so right, sir. So getting from where we are now to where we need to be is be the challenge of our civilization.
Exactly, and technology can be a help, but it's not the ultimate solution. We need people, we need willpower, we need respect. We need to settle down some of these tribal arguments and disagreements, disinformation.
And technology is a tool. It's not the end in and of itself.
Exactly. And we do admire our tools. We have great tools. It's the people who use them. When they start dropping bombs on the head of other people, there's a problem. And it's those kind of problems that are really difficult. I'd like to really welcome a very warm welcome for our friend Lost Sue to the stage, to the discussion. Lost Sue is a very, very profound man, and I'm just delighted he's joined us. So I hope. How are you, my friend? Hello.
Happy time zone wherever on this planet you might be. How y'all doing? I was hosting a space and I said, "Oh, I see they're live. I got to go over here and give, like the Queen of England and pass by and give my royal wave to everyone in the crowd."
Yeah, I don't know if I'm the Queen of England, man. I do got long hair. I was absolutely fascinating. I'm still processing all the words. We can't go on our journey without truth. I'd like to introduce you. I don't know if you know our good friend Pup, who is of the Lakota people. Pup is here every Saturday as our good friend. So I'd like to introduce you to Pup. And we're talking with David here, who is very good friends with many of the great science fiction writers. And science fiction is an answer. And I don't know, we were discussing recycling. I can't remember, we were discussing Kenya. So everything's on the table. And I still don't know if Oliver or Pup are next. I've lost track again.
It was Oliver next.
I was just going to say how much I'm enjoying the, making stuff last conversation. It's great to hear it, actually. And just to point out that on a very sort of ordinary level, just changing your life by making stuff last, or changing the way you utilize things, or it really makes a difference. For over 30 years, and I've never had a vehicle, which is bizarre when you think about it. All the heavy tools, the power tools, even the stone itself. I've sometimes other people have brought me stuff, or obviously companies have brought me stone, but I've never actually had to shift stuff in vehicles. I use a trolley, actually. I use a Wolfcraft 100 kilogram trolley for my tools, and I use public transport. And the freedom this gives you is phenomenal. It gives you time to think, to breathe. You're not caught up in traffic jams, cursing everybody else. You have a certain freedoms, and it's at my age now. It's free over 60 in London. I get free tube, free train, certain trains, that is, and free buses. So it's absolutely wonderful. So making stuff last. Bags of cement, for goodness sake. And then even then it got stolen after 19 years. I was very disappointed. At 20 I was going to give it a Viking burial, but it never got it because somebody whipped it away. So I now have another one that's 2.5 years old, and I'm sure it'll last just as long. Making stuff last, using different stuff, thinking differently, just perpetuates the
You were doing the other day, right? Where the V1 bomb landed.
Oh yes, I'm still doing that a little bit. Yeah, that's War Memorial.
How many people died in that explosion?
Only 120 people died, and they did a stupid thing. They basically, during the war, the roof kept catching fire, so they replaced it with a concrete shell roof, and very, very bad luck. Early on, one of the V1s came over, ran out of fuel. It was probably even a random hit, and it came down. It swirled down. It did a kind of vortex drop and landed right on this concrete roof, destroyed the roof, which fell on the congregation who were inside just by chance, about 600 people in the chapel at the time, and killed 120 of them, and I mean really pretty badly wounded, about another 300. So yeah, it was quite a thing at the time. The new chapel is it's pretty grim, really, but it is what it is. It was built hurriedly in the 60s. The whole apse, or if you were Catholic, you would call it the sanctuary, to give you an idea what it was, that survived.
All I hear is, yeah, so concrete fell on these people.
No, Alex was asking me about the work I was doing last week, and V1 rockets landing on guardsmen's chapels.
World War II?
Yes, absolutely. And my work is basically, it's not repair work, it's actually just restoration work to a memorial that was put up. Very nice work in to the not to them, but to people in Flanders during the First World War. So because it's a barracks, basically. There you go. Anyway, I could go on all night about this, couldn't I?
Yeah.
I'd love to talk to you about it.
Right. Well, we have been hearing from David about his project, and Gregory Benford, the great science fiction writer. I didn't know about his brother, Jim Benford. Let's hear from Lost Sue, who is the co-host and I'm dying to hear from Lost Sue. Hi, Lost. How's it going?
Hi, once again. First I need to say this. Pup, apatun washte koda.
Pup, are you listening? He was in his car. He might not be able to hear us.
Oh, okay.
What did you say?
What does it mean?
Basically, I said hello or good day.
What language is it?
That's Lakota.
I don't know if Pup speaks Lakota.
I think so. Yes, he does.
Yeah.
He has spoken a bit, definitely.
I know he believes in the Black Hills. He's given us several deep lectures on that topic. He is driving around. He just got an electric vehicle that he loves in Minnesota, and I know he's driving around, so he might not hear us right now. He
be in a blind spot.
He didn't find out he was native until he was in his 40s. It's a very interesting story that he tells us. There are so many issues we can get into. And in terms of environmentalism and climate, Oliver and I started all this nonsense a couple of years ago with Kim and the Czar there and many of the others. And we knew that as environmentalists, we're getting nowhere at all without indigenous help and assistance and friendship and knowledge and all of the above. In the late 90s, my friend got a Frank Foolscrow vinyl record with Frank Foolscrow talking on this record. And we used to play that record every day. We were fascinated, listening to the voice of Foolscrow. So I heard that record like 200 times. Just loved it. It spoke to us here in Massachusetts. And
I don't know if I'm a Frank's Foolscrow, but I'll do my best.
Well, I think for most of the rest of the world, you're good enough. A great man, a great speaker and thinker, and a legendary American. He went to talk to President Carter. And you don't even have to do your best, man. As a matter of fact, our feeling in this club is to have a bit of fun and some leisure. We're not a workshop here. We really are a club, to like a bar or a party, to sit back and relax a bit. But native issues, indigenous global knowledge is a huge part of modern environmentalism. As a matter of fact, modern climate scientists say we need indigenous knowledge. It's greatly needed, in demand, wanted, and I think it's a major step forward in terms of healing. I know you like to talk healing, and making things better for the people. And I don't know if Pup can hear us yet. I don't think Pup can hear us. Kim, hi, go ahead.
Hi, Alex. Thank you. I mean, you were talking last week about there's now a new center at the University of Massachusetts, or Amherst, where it's a center for Indigenous knowledge and being more integrated within academia, I believe, which we were saying that it was a giant step forward. I'm just thinking about all that David reported to us, and I really enjoyed listening to him talk. There was just a few topics I thought maybe we could explore a little bit with him, because it sounds to me like he was saying that these changes need to come from the ground up, which is great in theory, but if we look around the world, we see that the countries that are most environmentally friendly, that have the greenest policies, are also those countries that are the most equitable, that take better care of all their citizens. If we look at, there's a report or an index produced by Yale's University Center for Environmental Law and Policy, called the Environmental Performance Index. The top 10 most environmentally friendly countries are these countries, primarily in Europe, that are more, I would say, as in relation to America, much more left-leaning, much more socialist. They're countries like Norway, Finland, Germany, Estonia, and Austria. So I was just wondering what David thought about, the idea of having more socialist-leaning environmental policies and mandates in order to help save the planet.
I don't know if David is with us. What's going on here? David?
I have to say, be very careful when you're talking about these things, because there are some brainwashed people who will start calling you a dirty commie for even talking about this kind of stuff, which is really fucked up. Pardon my language, but it does happen. Or they'll call you a tree hugger, which I'm sure we've all heard 1,001 times already.
I am a tree hugger.
So it always seems to make me laugh, because all the people who the United States tell us are enemies or horrifying places seem to be the leaders on a lot of different things. Whether it's climate and whatnot, even removing those things, but yet they're supposedly our enemies, and horrible people. I'm really beginning to shake my head and question, how much of the sauce do we drink?
How much of the sauce do we drink? I wonder too. I'm a little worried that lawsuit is just going to. I don't know. It's what we discuss here week after week, and we try to have a little fun with it. We try to listen to everyone. How much of the sauce do we drink? I don't know. We have made progress though, and I think David might be back with us.
Yeah, I'm
Maybe.
back with you. I was driving and had a bad reception area. I'm back. I heard most of the question. I have three comments. First of all, from a personal point of view, when I worked on the Citizens Advisory Council on National Space Policy, it was back when the world was a little bit friendlier in the 80s and 90s. And we worked both sides of the aisle. We had Democrats, Republicans, people who talked with dolphins, and people who almost thought they talked with aliens, and every range in between. And we got laws passed and things done to make reusable spacecraft possible, and companies for them. And my personal attitude is, I mean, very candidly, my wife's originally from Russia. Her dad was Ukrainian. So,
I'm from
I'm
Russia.
kind of, all right. Das vidanya. Privyet.
That's done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nick was
Backgrounds. Knowledge is knowledge. People are people. We're right now the apes with the most use of tools, good or bad. And having any amount of people working together and any governmental situation, whether it's outright dictatorship or true Athenian democracy, or electoral college based one like in America, which is the ultimate compromise to get 13 out of 19 colonies together, nation built on compromise, really. But the point being is that when we've reached out on our environmental project all over the world, we've been getting various reception. But the point is, since agriculture is everywhere and oceans are nearly everywhere, our process and natural concept works everywhere, and that's why we just focused to get the word out. Ben over at Whoop Whoop Magazine in Wales did a wonderful thing in his Conservation Conversation magazine with a beautiful article on us that I was surprised he actually focused on me, because usually people focus on Greg, and we're trying to get people to focus on Robert as an ocean chemist and engineer and steward up at the University of Washington. But the bottom line is this: I'm just an optimist, and I have been my whole life, and that's my focus. And when Greg told me about his idea from 20 years ago, I talked with my wife on this, and we decided this is what we're doing for the next 4 to 10 years of our life, and we're into year 4 now. So we're fully energized, and the whole idea is that every person has a part to play. And I thought mine would be space exploration and development. And instead, my focus now is to get carbon out of the air. The tragedy of the commons, we've used this common area, the air, as our dumping ground. And my goal, and if we get smarter and we use this technique, we can actually wind things back in time. But it's going to take a while, and I'm going to do what I can. And the main thing is that it's not just humans that are suffering, it's all the animals and creatures on this planet. And that's why I was so glad to have met David Castleman, who founded EcoFlow Sierra Club, who's the Stop the Burn campaign, because with our technique, we stop crop burning. So all of a sudden, we're reducing air pollution and health problems. At the same time, we're also bringing carbon levels down. So it's one of these synergistic things from my perspective, is that you do the right thing, and it doesn't matter whether government leans socialist or leans capitalist or leans dictatorial or leans, everybody has an equal vote. We're going to pry whatever doors we can open and punch whatever holes we can through the wall of ignorance, and show that there are solutions that actually really work. Ours is one of them. There's many solutions, but ours is one of them that in and of itself can get gigatons a year out of the air when fully deployed globally. And that's what we're pushing for. And it can be done from the ground up and we have some stuff in the work there, but it's a long, I joke that it's like taking a snowball up the volcano to get to the other side, roll it back down and turn it into a bigger, avalanche of, environmental freedom. But,
Yeah.
Never give up, never surrender. I love that in Galaxy Quest. One of my
Right.
favorite satire films. That was a classic.
Galaxy Quest is pretty entertaining. We in the Climate Crisis Club have been going on for 22 months, and we have basically a club philosophy. I don't know if we resemble and spirituality here. In the early days, Oliver and I found a lot of people were very, very upset about the climate crisis, and they had no one in the physical world to talk to about it. Nobody would understand what they were talking about, and they would come to us here in the digital world and commiserate about the climate crisis. The Earth's atmosphere, the land, 90% of the heat goes into the oceans. The oceans are heating up. And people get very anxious, depressed. They can't sleep. They panic about this. And so in our early days, we provide a lot of climate support. And we do find climate spirituality. Another way of looking at all this is a spiritual crisis, a global approach we take, particularly headed up by our friend Janet. The Cherokee tribe. She spent 2 years studying with him, and she is very, very helpful on these issues. So again, what do you have, Oliver? What's up, Ollie? Maybe Ollie's.
I'm just sorry. You know I'm here. It's all right. I'm just what David was saying just now. There's a whole swirl of stuff flying around at the moment. It's actually quite hard to keep up with it. David Ho is probably somebody he knows. And he basically, he's right. A nature report on Indigenous people being overloaded with responsibility by this sort of figure of 80%. I think it was of the land is basically, Indigenous people have to kind of it's their responsibility, and they are. You've got this deep level storage of nuclear waste that is a red suitcase or blue suitcase, as my mum once did at the airport when she had some extra bottles of drink. obviously, clearly, that's going to be the reaction straight away, and we all have that. But in order to somehow to get them to stop, maybe letting them produce it and even it to oil. There is now, they can kind of see the end of it production wise. Maybe by getting it out of the ground, storing it, it's out of the ground and safe. I know it's a little bit ideal and it's a little bit crazy, but it's something to think about. Certainly in regard to the carbon credit thing, just to stop them from burning.
Store the oil. The system is so tuned.
Right.
If you stop pumping it, then their pressure fails. So they have to keep pumping it, and they have to keep burning it, because whenever there's any disruption, they run out of tankers, they run out of storage tanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the thought: is I think we have to use economics against them, which is basically. So what should be happening is that they should be paying for carbon removal from the air. So there should be a tax on oil that covers. They should be paying. When we buy a soft drink, there's a glass bottle, and when we buy electronics in the States, there's a recycling fee on it. In other words, they should be paying a recycling fee on it. And since they've knowingly done this for almost 50 years, knowing that they were polluting, they should be paying a tax, not just for what they're producing to clean it up, the burning of what they're doing, but also the past. So in other words, for every gallon of gasoline, one emergency signaling taxes, and gosh knows what else, there should be an added fee on top of the fuel cost for removing it from the air, for all these carbon removal methods, including the ones we're promoting. And it would also make them pay the fair cost for the damage they're doing, and probably a health damage tax on it. So in other words, you just basically put the true cost of the oil on it and make sure will then be more likely to invest in renewable and cleaner things. In other words, you make them pay the true cost of what it is.
Well,
and
David,
then that uses capitalism to solve the problem.
Habit. And big oil, they care about money and economics and prices and supply and demand. They influence governments. They're super experts at how not ready to take on big oil in capitalism. And as it are most of the people here, we lose when we go at them on economic fronts. We will lose. We will not win. We will not defeat big oil head to head.
Oh no, I know, and that's why we've developed a game plan that involves individuals.
There is individuals, corporations, and governments all have to cooperate if we're going to solve these poly crises. If one,
I think
yes,
you're right.
that's
think
our
you're right.
philosophy here, and in a way, that philosophy is still
hold on,
unwavering.
hold on. Sorry, Alex.
No problem. No problem.
I really do hate to inject. Because otherwise they've already have all the governments all in their pocketbooks. They're on their payroll. They're bought and sold, or sold and bought, however you want to put it. There is nothing outside of that that is going to change what they're doing. Not tank the stock markets. They've already done this. It's there. You can look in the stock markets. You can buy shares in water now. Woo!
Offline with you on this if we could. If you could reach out to me later.
All right, David, give me a follow and I'll follow you back.
You got it.
That is all bought and paid for by the 1% rich and their corporations. That's all you're looking at. They don't give a, pardon my language, they don't give a F. On all of the things that they build. They do right? And I think it's important that we keep that in mind. And I don't know if I'm doing these corporations that are doing it for the 1% rich for their profits. Right? They buy up the patents and then they put it on a shelf to sit there and do nothing so that they own it. And it really fucked up. Pardon my language once again. And I'm sorry. Trying not to swear as much.
I don't mind, man. I'm from New York City. It's good. It's good with me.
Okay. Well, I mean, the guys, I'm sure
was in the Australian Army, so I don't think
Yeah,
she was a problem.
yeah, give us a break. I'm a swear bear too.
Extraction industry to subpart equipment and Frank's Fool's Crow. You are certainly a credit to Frank's Fool's Crow. There's no doubt. I wouldn't. I don't. Doesn't.
Side, a bit like an army. If you've got an army, you're going to try and split up your opponent into various, you're trying to split them up into a couple of armies or whatever. You're going to try and go through the front or go around the back or whatever. Imagine if a lot of it is through government. Imagine if oil didn't get the chance at the initial stage, i.e. at the end of production, first of all, to refine the stuff, no refining at that. Hang on a minute. No, hang on a minute. I'm still saying this, I can't be cut through every time, But basically at the second stage of burning, that's another stage in the whole process of using oil that is again broken up, is not part of the oil, not initially part of the oil companies or the oil industry's remit. Need oil either in the future or to obviously now as well. You have control over how much you refine and how much you ultimately burn. If you have a bit more storage away, 10 kilometers deep, you can possibly, you have a chance of fooling the oil companies into going down that road. You can con them. You can lose 2/3 of their power straight away, or certainly half of it straight away, by only have them do the production side of it. It's, think for a moment about the consequences of not having big oil run the whole thing.
Question. You realize the major use for oil other than burning it is plastics. So unless we can find a really benign plastic to turn it all into, that could be the self storage, but that requires energy. And, it's really hard to store oil at the volumes that is being produced. That's the challenge. And you gotta have the steel to do that. That would, it's every solution has all these energy and pollution costs. That's the trouble.
Yes. But anything to stop it being built bespoke for the steelworks, for the what do you call it, the steel arc furnace. They clearly are going to do that because they've just shut down the Cumbrian now, and so once you've got a few SMRs producing massive amounts of steel carbon neutrally, you've got a possibility there for making steel, huge steel items that could you're gonna keep on using an energy source until it's all gone. It's just the nature of energy. just keep using it. People will just keep using it. While if it's there, they will use it. Oh, there we
Yeah,
go.
I know it's a tough thing. I just see where you're going. Thing, as you say, is to keep it in the ground, but you'd have to convert it to something efficiently. Otherwise, you're creating more pollution just in the storage of it too. But it's it. But this is such a delight. I'm going to try to be here every week. Alex,
Well,
what you and
David,
everybody are doing here is amazing. I mean, it's just
thank you so
awesome.
much, David. And again, I am a massive science fiction junkie. Every night. There also is tons of indigenous fiction that's outstanding. The other week we talked to Jacqueline Keeler, maybe my favorite space with Jacqueline. She just took over and talked for 45 minutes straight. Here does brilliant spaces, and on we go. Kim does a space more scientific on Thursdays usually. So it all is going on and on. I want to get back to Lawsu. I interrupted him, informing him he's free to swear as much as he wants here. Lost. Pop you in the chat group.
Yeah,
Oh,
just
it's up
point
to
me
you.
in the right direction. And I apologize. Just I've got to run. I got other people waiting for me.
Go ahead, man. More you wanted to add, or is it all good?
I don't want to take up, and hold the stage hostage for 45 minutes. That's not my people's way. But I think, like currently right now, with all the different areas that they have almost drained out completely. Because they're too cheap to actually fill it up. So any change in the tectonic plates or shifts, if you will, can literally cause because they're just leaving open spaces for the most part, right? And that's the fucked up thing. You know what I mean? And other forms of oil that didn't mean crude black oil, that would work perfectly fine and be less intrusive on the environment, so to speak. I mean, preferably right now as we sit, I think, it would be ineffective for us realistically right now with the current situation we're dealing with 100% reliableness to go into zero fossil fuels. That would be unrealistic. Although ultimately, I think that might be the better goal as like to soya beans, and cow farming, the Amazon forest, which, you know, we all know, is also one thing, you know, science class. Hey, look, trees eat carbon dioxide. Then they push out oxygen that we all need to breathe. Oh my God. Funny thing. The key point here is with the current situation that we are looking at, right? The only way you're going to get anywhere forward with these corporations while not knowing anything about what actual land back is. But working on building so that way we're more eco-friendly. So because we understand that we are a part of the ecosystem. We're not greater than, we're not less than. It wasn't created to have dominance over. Or in tornado areas on the planet, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Try telling a tsunami the same thing. You don't have any power and control of the planet that you live on. Gives that understanding and that more clear conscience and thought of trying to balance it out so that way we can have enjoyment in life. Should be more of a focus, if you will, of how do we together as all human beings, not race, creed, color, religion, whatever. We as human beings towards eco-friendly environment rather than harmful to our very existence. The earth is still going to be here. We as a species might not. And I say might not because we already know that the earth has cleaned its this to rebalance itself. So how do we work on bringing that balance back? Doing Fool's Pro justice because I'd hate to have him visit me and smack me upside the head.
Yeah, you think?
Brewed biodiesel for the better part of 10 years out of used cooking oil. So it's a doable thing. It's we're getting right back to the reuse, recycle shit. I put it in all my engines ran better, they ran quieter, and they produced about buying the cooking oil. And at that point, I just said, screw it. Yeah, I woke up one morning to the sound of boom, 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 boom. And that 400-pound bear was knocking that 55. Grabbing the rifle, I grabbed the camera instead. And I kind of made the decision that I wasn't going to be doing that until I could bring that whole operation indoors and sequester it away from. Yeah, I couldn't hear myself think, much less you guys hear anything. And then I got lunch, and I'm eating it now. But no, La Sue, anytime you want to get up on a soapbox and talk about land back, piece of me, by the way, that would kick the Wasichu back to where the fuck they came, but that's just me. Anyway, I'll land it there for now.
Thanks, man. And yeah, the Washitu there. Pup wants to kick them back to where they came from. And I love Lost Sue's speech there that we're not getting anywhere without land back. Our ancestors. We have to come to an understanding. We can't just look at us all here. We're very different types of people. We can't just start just declaring a new war on each other to solve these problems. Oh, man, I'm going to go to Jim. I'm just tongue-tied here.
Hey, this is kind of backing up to when David was talking, but I think the whole subject of carbon sequestration and that's the question of can farming of oysters and mussels and so on contribute to carbon sequestration in a reasonable, significant. Found was that if every human on Earth ate enough shellfish per day, that equivalent to 5 pounds or 2 point some kilograms of of shed by time. So it's conceivable that it could make a dent, but it would be real difficult. But another person, maybe it was Melody, brought up the point. Well, you don't have to eat them all. You could, if you, etc. You're still drawing down carbon. It's the shellfish that drew down the CO2 from start. But getting back to what David was saying, and I realize he's dropped off, but I'd really like to learn more about the details of his scheme. But residue on a massive scale and put it through some process and take the carbon and put it at deep level. That's an accurate summary, but anyway, in a future call, I'd love to David about this scheme, because it strikes me that there's a great conflict there. The whole world of regeneration system, we're losing too much carbon from the soil system. That's a big problem, and the crop residue contains nitrogen. It farmland in a eco-friendly way. Is this sequestration scheme taking all that valuable stuff that we don't want? The regenerative agriculture people facing off against that massive, scheme for.
I'm finding so much truth in the words of Sue here, and it's profound to me and obvious. These people, whoever they are, Dr. Mann, from his perspective at the university, speaks his truth from his perspective, and with the heavy dose of science, how big oil is drilling we, the human race, burned more fossil fuel than any year previously and made more CO2. We know that's illogical. It makes no sense. This. It's clearly the white people who are responsible. It's clearly the white people who are making all the money all these decades, running big oil. It's really obvious. When you look at billionaires, the vast majority are white people. It's clear that European elegantly about this truth of our problems and about solutions. We've said it constantly in this club since day one, since we started, that we must listen to an
call respectful cultural exchange. That Europeans that came over in 1492 should have known and done and learned. More better ways to live on this planet together as a humanoid species in a respectful way.
Turks. We can
Actually, Alex, that's not entirely true. They were respectful when they were starting into the environment. They lost their all respect, and then their old ways took over, and that's when all the stuff that you're talking about is.
Euro colonizing technique. If you're losing, you write up a peace treaty and learn some respect. If you're winning, then you just slaughter everybody or enslave them and take advantage. Let's welcome a
So I gotta since I got late. Um, when you guys when the title says climate crisis,
Breaking up there, peasant. Damien, my friend, you're breaking up.
It might, if he's driving, it might be the area.
Making CO2e, and that carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases up in the atmosphere absorbs more infrared radiation.
It's undoubtedly the scariest aspect of the climate crisis, and it's the one thing. It really is like Star Wars or something. You know, there's us, the sort of rebellion, and lots of other people. Darth Vader and his whatever it was called, the evil empire. I don't know what they call it, but anyway, and that's oil, isn't it? Everybody's fucking dead. It's that simple. They do have to be stopped, all right, and there are ways to do it. And one way is
Yeah.
to get to start to break up their production somehow, to get in there and to they have the pump, they have the production itself, they have the refineries, and they have the forecourts. They have everything. They have it all. If you like, and they can. These people they're just people. At the end of the day, there's nothing particularly special about them. They can be stopped.
No.
All right.
Can you hear him? Yeah.
But Ollie, do you think
So
this
there
is
you are.
just big
Anyway,
oil? Like,
I don't think he hears you, Andrew.
no.
doing some research the other day. We know the impact. Nothing about what happens with chemicals when they combine. Viagra the night before, lads. It goes into it goes into the
Estrogen.
sewage. It goes into our waterways,
Estrogen.
right? No, not estrogen.
Sorry.
What's that one? The weight
Oxempa
loss
or
wonder
something
drug.
like that.
Yeah, exactly, right. there because they're cool. We know since time began that there's been 5 different types of human, and that's an American Indian sort of philosophy that I've read about. Right? There's straight people. There's not. Which is parallel. But have you noticed how little that's been discussed? And what does the hole in our troposphere mean? What's the impact of that? And that's Elon Musk. He's gone off the fucking deep end. And by the way, Lost, I know that some ladies don't like it when you swear, but I personally, I feel I think we need to get our heads around that because it's really, really important. Because these other things are actually going to have probably a more short-term, bigger impact. Probably.
Easier sometimes just to focus on the biggest fish in the
It's the foundation of
Yep.
the fast fashion industry. Mining is not the precious metals mining. That's
No,
not
not
big
at
oil,
all.
although it's part of the process of mining. But I think so. We all saw it impact Vietnam disastrously. We have no idea how many people are dead. It's now in Burma. Right. So like when in China, like here's a story that I don't think anyone's really paying attention to. Right. So China's just declared like it's 80-90% of the food in the Philippines comes from China. Right. So China has food shortages, and so in China, people are who import so much food from China and has built their entire economy and infrastructure around that. what they've done is they've taken their eye off the farm. Right? And the only way you can keep your farmers all these big villas are being built. So rich Filipinos and foreigners are building these massive villas. And this is not being talked about. This is just me looking around, talking, listening, asking the right questions to the right people. Some really big shit on the horizon, and I think the world's media is not necessarily focused on being asked. And it's massive refugees, climate refugees. Like, we've been talking about billions of climate refugees for a long time. We're on the cusp of that. It's massive. Some very frightening situations going on. And it's not just because of the civil war in Sudan that the Sudanese are suffering. It's for 3 pieces of ham. That's an incredible amount of money for a very small amount of sustenance. Everyone's talking about the cost of living crisis, and it's part of the political conversation, but it's because of this that it's happening, and I don't think that conversation is happening. Have never been higher, but it's climate change, and I think we've got to get that message. And we need a dramatic shift, and obviously capitalism to me at the end of the day is the big problem at the center of it all. Anyway, that's me.
Thanks, Andrea. Yeah.
You listen to her blog. You must listen. There are no votes in it, we have to make the votes. Okay, it's that simple. We have to make the bloody votes, and at the same time, well, just read it. I really recommend it. Or not read it.
Appreciate it. I don't know where he ran off to, and now that I know, thank you.
Okay.
environmentalism. That is such an important point. I mean, you see it so much. I'm here in Mexico, and you will see, like, it's so easy for me to see deforestation, illegal with Kim actually about monarch butterflies, and that's obviously a beautiful, wonderful environmental topic. Monarch certainly is going on here in Mexico. It certainly is going on in the forests where the monarchs come to hibernate in Michoacán. And I mean, which will not go environmental because there are no votes in it. The environmental policies not being the range of negative effects is endless. It goes on and on. And this is occurring right consider myself a left-leaning person, but will left-leaning governments necessarily go the environmental route? Those lobbies are essentially dirty tricks, campaigns. They will do anything. They will purchase listing them by name, if you see what I mean. And I'll I'll shut up for now. Thanks so much for having me on, Alex. And
where nobody's going to have any water to drink and nobody's going to tomatoes, and we're so on the cusp of that. Like, is
essentially, it is a crop that is so valuable that it is largely much money in it, and they will absolutely steal water resources. They will install illegal pipelines. An environmentalist who was murdered in 2020 under the current government. These are
Yeah.
Oh,
Go ahead, Andrew.
the monarchs are at about 20% now of their original sort of numbers. It's shocking what's happening.
Like, 50K in their bank account and can't walk out of a grocery store with a simple loaf of bread. Like, known nothing else in their life but that. And because it provides
I think of Brazil in this case of what you're saying, and I think you're absolutely right. Right?
Agree.
But for months, the people of
This is not country specific situation. You won't reach a critical mass okay, I don't like it, but I'll talk about it at the water cooler. I'll complain about it, but you know, when a particular locale gets look at the potato famine in
of all of the dead trees and stuff. They don't know how to.
So Americans experienced it for the first time last year, but Americans haven't experienced deforestation in Kalimantan, which is in Malaysia, and Indonesia, where they're basically burning forest for palm oil. And I turned up, and this has been going on for years and years and years. And I turned up, and I'm like, PMI, and I was working at Microsoft then, and I remember some of my Indian colleagues were like, "Oh, what are you talking about? This is normal." Personally, to live in a place in the world where I had to breathe in this horrible air, like it was awful. Now we've got the air and we've got the heat. I think America got a taste of it last year. Have you had any haze this year?
oh God,
They call
yeah.
it the haze out in this part of the world.
I'm
Yeah.
looking
So
at
you've
it
had
right
2
now.
years now.
And the revolt will happen, but not until then.
Excuse me, Pup, but I think by that time it's too late.
And that's what scares the shit out of me.
Climate Crisis Club. I think it was Adam, posted it, but we rely on beef as a main part of our diet. And then I was saying, well, of course, Adam, I don't to, carry things, and so it's it's not a I guess one size fits all solution. And part of that is knowing what we need to change on an individual level and what we need to change on a collective level, so we can try to as much, trying to switch to EVs, trying to switch to solar, trying to switch to electricity, which is generated through renewable resources. As we and the other area is definitely a part of what this forum is all about is talking about our lives and our relation to the land and our relation to each other, and also I wanted to say, but now it's slipped my mind. Oh, with the yes, and the things that are important, such as the monarch butterflies. If we try to find ways have many more forums and discussing regenerative agriculture or electrification, or especially
currently, maybe we should, go and clean that up and say, hey, relatives, look, we realize that, you know, you still need this. So
it's not, plastic is not being used excessively in this part of the world. In some countries it is. It when I was living on the Andaman Sea, in the off season, so that's basically now, every day, the beaches were just but it's not because people in this part of the world are using so much waste. Although so much plastic. Although there are countries in this part of the world countries is shipped to this part of the world because the corruption in the waste industry is so extraordinary.
was being said with like Africa that's still reliant upon plastic. And literally because I'm not from there. So I have to give respect to that, you know, to our African relatives in Africa. In
Bag that is like as tall as a two-story building full of plastic bottles, and it's because they can't drink water out of a So let's solve the water
yeah,
problem.
but in order to do that, like even Nestle, I think the U.S. Congress
second. Let's get Robert up here before his signal dies on us. Then we'll get right back to the discussion. If that's okay. Roberto, how you?
United Nations, the negotiations which have taken a hell of a long time to get the first ocean treaty to protect our high seas. Yeah.
Mentions that signal, he loses
Do you
it.
think that's it? And I always want to hear from Wasu, but let us get to Kip2. Hi, Kip2. What is going on? Hi.
And it's not our, I can say it's not our, it's not something that we are doing. Of our natural resources were taken from us, and Africa remained to be one of the most poorest continent, yet they decided, and it was like diminishing us as Africans. And even whatever is happening currently in Africa, we still have like neo and the injustices that was caused during colonization won't be compensated, because you cannot tell me that a continent that was like 200 years injustices that is happening at the moment. You see even our leaders who are leading us at the moment are being puppet of the West, because if they are not going to even the election system will be interfered. And we cannot realize a developed Africa if we as young generation are taken into gold mines, into all that titanium mining, so that they can keep on producing new brand of phones each and every year. And we are witnessing. And I am that kind of a person who I wish to stay in Africa and try as much as possible to change, even if it will be desperate journeys to your country. People are not coming there to maybe people are running out of bad governance. People are running out of evil leadership. Speaking and saying the truth. Thank you.
So well said, Kippy, friend. So well said. Go ahead, Lost.
I want to say my intention in my statement. Was fully understand as an indigenous person. What a lot of what you're going through on my only intention here was in that aspect, and nothing else, bro. So I just wanted to make sure.
Think in any way you were against him. Man, here we are. Let's bring in Wind Brings Comfort, who I do not believe is spoken with us.
You all for being here today. There's a couple different things I heard being discussed that I kind of wanted to talk about. So first, I wanted to add they think of places like the Fukushima disaster, but they do not think of the Navajo Nation, which prior to the Fukushima disaster was the second largest states. You'll have these mining tailings that go and contaminate traditional streams and rivers, and it kills off where they forbid them from farming their traditional crops in order to then subsidize the food to make them dependent on that neo-colonial entity. Because let's face it, the majority of the plastic pollution you see in the Southern Hemisphere is the product of industrialized is absolutely for certain is we 100% need to get away from extractive technology. And shipped to China because it's uncomfortable to look at. And I'm looking at that going, you know, there's a lot of rare minerals in there. Why In the Western United States, you know, big cattle is a problem as well. Well, what's happening now is these mining companies will come in water intensive, and they'll just start pumping out the water to produce their product for the mine. Well, in the state that companies are coming in, they're pumping out like millions of gallons of water to the point that ranches that are on the outskirts of because we actually live in balance and connection with the earth. Another thing getting pushed through that has to do with like saltwater batteries, more renewable sources for the production of this technology, and even the plastic pollution issue. You know, yeah, you extract what you need from it, you keep doing that until you destroy it, then you
That's exactly, you touched on many of the issues that we talk about in this club. Again, we are a real club. This is our 94th Many people want to do green colonialism, mind you. You know, green neocolonialism. The colonialization, that's another topic we discuss. I want to bring Robert into the discussion before his phone dies out again, as
Yeah. Thanks for that, Alex.
Hi,
Yeah,
Robert.
well, every single word. I want to talk about the fact that stolen land must now be of critical importance to get back. Actions. It doesn't matter how much infighting is taking place behind the scenes of those that want to object to that. Rightfully indigenous people's property globally. It must now be compelled that their land is given back under no uncertain terms, and new legislation as it were, with these brand new laws and the legislative processes that actually go beyond
Well, that was pretty good. Very good speech, Robert, really. I don't know if he's going to return.
I kind of really feel deeply about is I don't honor the answer. You know, so I come from the convict ancestry of Australia. But we took so much away from the First Nations people in Australia. And we introduced things to them that were not I don't think white people are very comfortable with that. So I think Robert
just in case you're in any doubt. Colors, religions, and different contexts of how we all live together. Spirituality, customs, you name it.
Okay, I
Damn, bruh. Ah.
Said I do feel that it is possible for Indigenous people to be able to live in harmony with white faces. Uh, ways of thinking and conducting with a decent human species to be able to interact with each other in harmony. Our governments are continually taking away these abilities of being able to understand the way that we think. Honesty, they don't worship the ability to be able to live on a level with understanding each other. And it's a and the state of mind that we want to be. I'll leave it there for now. Well, I've still got a signal. Thank you, Alex, for letting me
Anytime,
speak. It's
Robert, you know
appreciated.
it's my brother.
Thank you.
That's my brother. Effie is a major ally of the North American Native people.
Face is just fantastic. What else can I say? um, get there. Why is it allowed? You know, that there's must be something um to, you know, I'm just surprised that it hasn't been, you know, when I
Oh,
look,
It's not looking good.
no, and it's photos now. It's just unbelievable. When I first saw it, I mean, it was like years ago, but
My family's been sitting here in Massachusetts. food, we're okay. Nobody's in any kind of trouble. So what can I do? It's not so easy. Stuff. Even when you want to help, when you're in a position of privilege and you can help, it's not so easy. You know, you certainly can't just send 10 the social media in these spaces where we get to meet absolutely amazing people like Lost Sue and Wing brings comfort. %. They care. We've looked over 94 meetings. Yeah, Effie, by all means, go right ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say, I'm so
and trying to make the world a better place.
Cool. All right. And secondly, I outside of that, no. I'm gonna blow your mind.
Okay, I look for
Okay. Let's say hello to Marlana, who is here from Canada. Hi, Marlana. How are you today?
Hi. here at your local band office or tribal council office. Have you. So it's a great place to start and meet some really good people and get immersed into their world. Of British Columbia, because that is where Captain James Cook and his crew on the Resolution
I'm from Ghana.
How was Ghana? Is the most beautiful country in the world.
Oh, come on. Your country is beautiful more than here already. How to happy, like how to be grateful to people. Like how you say, like the first anti of something in life, because no one is perfect in life, and I know that I self am not perfect. So I always forced to learn from
We try to have good information, truthful information.
a book that's out by 2 or 3 women environmentalists and who I've been following for years. And it's a region that cuts through the Central American countries that they refer to as the dry corridor. That little interlude has grown to be 3 or 4 weeks, which is just long enough to kill the wanting to leave. But anyway, there is a person from Canada says they're seeing that it is working. It's getting them through that the practice is spread at regional watershed scale, and that will make all the difference in the world. So, thank.
And if the people are still here, there's still hope. It looks like Sahil is in India. Is that correct, Sahil? Hi.
Hi, good morning. I am actually I'm working as a volunteer. In fact, running a small natural habitation of the wild animals. I'm not may God prove me wrong. I don't know how long our Mother Earth is going to remain as what this. Thoughts of a Mother Earth. If you go anywhere, trust me, garbage is there. Before you can reach it, you can always. Even though there are people, there are volunteers who bring that waste back to the, back to the, to the base. But again, you have but we still believe, everything things ready work out. We are working on it. We have debates, conferences, so much money. To do more than that. I want more people to speak, and I would.
Kim?
Sorry, I just wanted to ask Sahil a question. If he could explain a bit more about the waste in the Nepal area, in the mountains there. Like, where does it come from? What type of waste is it?
It's if you go to and especially the Asian countries, Asian subcontinent, especially the fragile areas, which are the mountains. Videos. Those videos, you can see the glaciers are just close by. And when you look deep into that, small we carry the juices. You know, everything is available currently in the Tetra Pak or whatever. But this is, we got a couple of clean, so crystal clear today. When you look at them, those legs have become a bloody dumping site, and a sinkhole. I can use the word. Irrigation channels have been earth filled. Dal Lake, one of the most beautiful lakes, it's called Dal Lake. I say maybe another 10, 15 years. Trust me for that. After 15 years, you will only read about this lake in the books. That's it. One more thing. I'm sorry, the government is so inefficient. They don't even know what to do. We got to more than that. If you are not in a high position, even because the problem we are facing is it's not just a government. The people are also. And this is exactly, we are destroying ourselves. No, we are just killing ourselves. We don't need. Well, I don't think world needs any more nukes. You want to do a lot, but he can't do. Yeah. I mean, the question was there: how did this waste period? And whatever they have taken with them, that's with them. It gets buried under the snow, and you know how it is. It's so that's a good part. Then again, it's not. It's tough to keep an eye on everything. Thank you very much. I think I spoke a lot.
I just want to ask a question, should I? I just want to put in like what I do in Ghana. So can I like I just want to ask, can I?
Sure.
Okay, please. I used to do I just joined. I joined from the beginning. I was listening to you gradually. I knew that maybe you help me. You give me more advice in life, how to love our mom. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, we'll
Hi. Hey, I'm here. Yeah. So, first of all, about was the glaciers melting in the Himalayas, and they're going very fast. By every year, so that's not going to be the same at all. So all of the glacier's gone, the whole system goes out the window. Basically, it's going to be a horror story. Or flooding, just from flash floods and just stuff like falling out the sky, dirty water. So there. Yeah, for that, and obviously, I would say, while you've still got a chance, don't build any more.
we are losing our glaciers. And first time and it's already I think it's now we are heading into autumn. There's not enough of rain what we unexpected snow. You don't have a snowing on correct time. We had this beautiful place called Gulmarg, one of the most beautiful place. Why? Because lack of snowing. There is snowing, but timetable is changed. So definitely we need if they don't say anymore, then I can only say sorry for them in advance. And this
We have people here from the Native American sovereign nations, from and we love the international flavor, all the 100colonial blues. The age of colonialism from 1600 to 1945, or
sacred place. And when I say sacred place, there's only certain ceremonies that can be held on it. It's a central part of our they traveled to Washington DC to go and file this with the Supreme Court because it's like that First Amendment right that everyone has. And I have to go, but like I said, I want to say you have to donate, but if you're able to, that would be appreciated. And even if you're not, please take some time to learn about it, spread the word.
Was some debate whether it is 80. Question for you today, or
Before-
yeah,
Alex.
go ahead.
Alex, sorry. Before Earth goes, I too, I need to go take my nap. With you all and talk with you all. And, you know, maybe we can work on fixing this shit together.
have joined us on this path. Um, it's just fine. I understand for sure.
I just hope I did my late relative Wolves Crow justice. I weekend.
All right. Right. It doesn't get better than that, this club anyway. Right. It doesn't get better than that, this club anyway. The indigenous Native American elders very profound people. Nonetheless, let's move along. And it's helpful.
Was learning how to use the internet and the video games and all of that. So I was born in '89, and that does inform it's becoming exceptionally humid. And this is contributing to the warming in a feedback loop. Globe is doing whatever it wants. And I think our goal in where there was desert in an attempt to sort of catch the water and reduce erosion, and they're digging out that you can greenify the desert in this way by pulling the water out of the air.
Understand your generation, your description of millennials from your viewpoint is very helpful. iMac computer.
Was doing it. And I think this is important to realize, because they were sending rely on the government. We really can't rely on the government. We can't rely on the children in basic training or tech school to clean up
Well, we won't have much of a space if you And I was hired by a trade union to basically put their onto a portal for people to basically visit their website, which was really just like hard copies online. Clean up after Hurricane Katrina, where it's just an afterthought. Oh, plastic? Oh, plastic pollution. Yeah, we forgot.
which has significantly become a threat to human life. Thank you very much.
What is the purpose of the Climate Crisis Club? I don't know if somebody would like to tackle that.
Club is what you make it. I think there's some wonderful people here, right? And therapeutic approach to environmentalism, which is focusing on the inner cities and focusing on and then branching out. Because if They just had a meeting on Capitol Hill in February regarding Africa. From all over the world. I mean, they opened them. Some of them are for the record, but as you know, Al, Congress is going through.
I don't know what it is, this chemistry, these words. So let's get back to Raphael's question. We formed in December of 2022. And we think by talking, we started with 5 or 10 of us. I don't know how we got 900 people listening to the space. And Africa has 1.4 billion people, and the same size economy as the state of California with 44 million people.
be a conscious climate action thing.
That's energy costs. And I think it's like Iowa, South Dakota, New Mexico, California. It, an affordable diet, choosing plant-based groceries. Thank you.
Yeah, the thing had a coup d'etat.
I'm on a limited budget, okay? And I've been vegan going on 7 they are not support, as far as I can. Is aware of plant-based food, but he made a statement that they're trying to come up with something where they're using pretty well with plant-based food. You know, I'm satisfied and I'm not exotic. Otherwise, I'm attacking
Yeah.
people. I want to stay off of that.
Right, Effie. It's
Stay off of that.
right, Effie. It's
And I got off of all my pain meds. I mean, you would not believe the stuff that they put me on in the past, you know, like 10 years plus. Nothing like before. And he was shocked, because I guess with what do you call it, Bengay or whatever.
the I know you're often on big ag and food and so forth.
sides of the aisle. You know, if you're talking to the conservative who may not be open to climate the higher level of plant-based
based and meat based. Yeah.
Well, what
stock. After that, I seriously started proteins were just coming out then. And there was a big push by big science to promote these products. To ultra processed foods. They're indoctrinated with loads so I've been part of this argument for quite a few years. I don't take any carbohydrates or sugar or anything like that. It affects your mental health in a big way. It affects your natural foods that have been around for thousands of years. You don't get sick and you don't need big pharma. So we're all slaves, or most people wildlife are in constant decline. That's ecological decline. The major reason is because there's a shortage of herbivores, because if you want to look at yen, Christian
because
Spenning.
what I have read,
Yeah.
excuse me, what I
Ecology, walk out into your local environment. The prairies of the USA, I can't remember how many millions of bison there were, but there was
30 to 60 million.
Yeah.
spectrum. And so my spectrum is I eat no animals, but I do have dairy. Know this until yesterday. A teacher that I work work with, she's getting her master's in biology. And every year we take fourth graders on something we call the Water Festival. And it's Dayton and how we can conserve and all the things. Her again if she is making those positive changes. But anyway, it's those little dabbles. It's those little dabbles of talk. Try to honor the history and how our natives survived and lived, and I shouldn't say
space on Wednesday, and Ohio just seems to, between JD Vance and Jim Jordan and Ohio is just mentalism, and United States Americans in particular are just not up to date on their environmentalism, on their I do all the little things. Somebody asked me one day here to just day in, day out, moving slowly in the right direction. In America, the temptation is to be the superstar, immediately be the greenest
I guess I was most familiar with the San and what so I'm fairly um, well informed on this subject of highest emitters of methane greenhouse gases. Um, they can eat it's the national dish of Malta. It's great. It tastes fine.
And cholesterol too. Most of your brain is made from cholesterol, and you need cholesterol to
Oh,
at the moment we talk about farmland. We've got a lot of discussions Rhino.
Well, 96% of the mammals today are man and domestic animals. Only 4.
Contrary to the conventional wisdom that large herbivores are only emitters, of predatory species, which then pigs that we leave in conditions that are totally inhumane, and they don't have the opportunity to eat. Out of the air, which would go a very long way to solving the climate crisis. So I don't want to but we are not doing it.
Well said, Earthpunk. The regen farmers are doing it. And increasingly, some of them are moving into the forest.
We've got to find solutions I'm here. Come from whales' bodies. I see there was no effort at all to have international regulations on whaling until 1930. Abstract, perfectly reasonable way that we could all manage to live together rather successfully. So there's a difference between that theoretical on Kim and Oliver and everyone else. We're a group. We're discussing all these issues. We've discussed, what do you think, Kim?
They were there were animals of the
I've been chatting with this week. And they're not wrong. I mean, when they speak about harmony with the some point it became unsustainable. The whole entire 200 times, 200 years, the Cherokee and Navajo people, Cherokee and Sioux
the webs that have existed for all these many thousands of years. And I think that this is what the indigenous peoples are always getting to, is wetlands, which we're going to need in the where they were encourage
and the world will reduce dramatically. One of the major causes of poor soils
we've gotten into here over and over again. here we are today. People who listen to me too much know I'm obsessed with the Roman Empire is the cause of all our problems. The it was everything was white people's fault. I was and they went all the way to England. Every single city over there, London, Paris, Madrid. They went around the world using Roman colonial techniques. They came to the New World here. Our Native American people intertwined in the story. They all got to fever. We can cure malaria. So that's my spiel. That's pretty much. He told me this morning he was very drunk singing Beatles song this morning. He told me that Loie was my partner in crime. I was and a lot of better things are going to be happening soon. They're not very confident about their 20. Range. I did have my mom. I could talk to endlessly, but they need a little help.
Was he good?
I'm terribly competitive. You know, I want to win that. With all my heart. I can't help it. I want to destroy.
I don't think he's gonna do that.
It's an essential part. Part of the Stump's speech, my threatening to quit. Yeah, we haven't heard from Sky Kiss. Do excellent work. I want to make it clear that we support them 100%. Glad to hand the mic over. Glad to hand the mic over to Sky Kiss. And I want to hear some of the latest.
But I wanted to say something about Okay, I won't get into the cooking. Um, she is a yeah, and she's a vegetarian. And going off and partying because you're really obsessed. This is your life's work, right? So, same with me with some of my big night in the Maria report last night. And it wasn't anything of Ukrainian culture. And there was a lot of talk about art emotional day for me. This was ancient architectures, but also ancient peoples, and anthropology. And one of my friends, but he was sitting in for one of the other co-hosts last night with one of the regular co-hosts on the he's very well spoken. And so that was really a beautiful experience.
experience is somber. Um, Other one, some kind of test. So because they've been kept awake till 4 in the morning by shithead just as the genocide of the genociding of Ukrainians by Russia. Committing. So but then we wake up and and one reason it's been quite an eventful 24 hours. Yesterday, I was I should be going to bed. She conversation, and it was very, very interesting. So sometimes it's economic. that's his specialty. So yes, and his handle his new handle is something at
Geikus, I know you know the trans man space and met Eugene and Melody and others.
yeah.
But I'm the outgoing one who goes out there and tries.
Space with other people And one of the things that I do, if I once or
Okay,
twice,
Celsius, I have a good one for you. Do you know that you've been in 959 spaces?
hmm, for
I see you speaking on
several
March.
the fundraisers, and
No,
yesterday
I've
you
got
know,
another question for you because Oliver and I, Kim, the crew here, we really
a year now. I've been in the Ukraine spaces for 2.5 years. So, there are people who I know I can
things happening. I was going to ask you in
eating in whichever mode it is. With other you know, send them maybe last week's club meeting, you know, space meeting.
People who come here because they're really, really into it. And we're not here to just pile up 3 million people who vaguely know our name. And, but that said,
The topics and the, you know, the people from all over the world. And, you know, we have all these people interest. I share this particular space with, you know, all of these things that
land, this love of the land, the connection of the land. And it's almost second nature to them.
Some of us were impressed with indigenous Native Americans specifically. They also taught us about the indigenous people specifically of
The explanation. Oh, these people don't get a very basic truth of life I knew when I was 3. It's
who's looking around at all. It was an anti their car windows. I have never done that in my life.
right, but
And
again,
I mean, I was a kid and in middle school, and trash, just everything. I mean, why? I couldn't understand it. So it's that you know, that you were just like, how could people have this certain reverence for the land and the creatures and the flora and the fauna, you know.
Have a connection to the land. We
Red Cloud up here, if you'd like to get a few words in before we end here today. I hope you're having a nice Saturday there.
The earth. It's just the ones who are religious are so I just wanted just to kind of encourage her, or you know, yeah. So it's what John Trudell says. they have to kill us. So if anybody's in yeah, so if everybody could just kind of
Thank you, Red Cloud. Um, to Elder, and we will not quit. So it's all good.
Trudeau. Trudeau.
He made great music. He spoke so well. He had such a tragic and difficult life.